Hello folks, welcome back to the channel. My name is Joel Duggan and we are hanging out in Satisfactory today. We are not going to pick up where we left off on the bauxite. I might check the train station, but we're not going to go up and try to rebalance anything there. What's happening now is good enough currently. We will eventually need to rebalance it. But for now, I just need the casings and the sheeting, and that's happening in the background. So that's good. What really needs to happen is we need to free up some space in our main bus, and we need to revamp our heavy modular frames. And you'll see kind of as I go along the way how this is going to affect everything. And I do have a little bit of a spreadsheet that we can pop up. And it looks like we're going to lose the sun very shortly. So I might be popping into the spreadsheet when the sun goes down, and then I'll take my next break whenever we get the next night cycle. MindTripMedia, thanks for the lurk. Thanks for the 100 bits. Ever so kind. Every single stream you're popping in with 100 bits, and it's super amazing to have ongoing support. And I'm glad that you can listen and lurk and kind of get your stuff done but still participate in the community. It's awesome. Bryn, Blast, Jordan, Dan, Dynia, MC, hello, good to see everybody. So over here, I think I talked about this a little bit the other episode, the other stream. I've been watching a lot of construction on YouTube, so I've got episodes on the brain. But essentially right here, we've got heavy modular frames, and we're using screws. And these screws use a ton of iron for this one project. It's like an entire floor of smelters for just this one thing. And we can now eliminate those because we have heavy modular frames. We've got an alternative recipe. So this is the standard recipe we're currently using. This is the alternate recipe we're going to switch to. And it requires some extra modular frames, but it requires fewer screws, as in no screws, but it does require some extra concrete, and it does require more than twice as many pipes. But that's fine because we can, by removing the iron from the screws, we can reallocate it to our steel production and thus up the number of pipes that we're making. So the first thing we're going to do is unhook the screws and redirect that iron to steel. So that's going to be mode 1. I also need to double check the proportions on these, and I didn't realize it was 8. 8, 10, 36, and 22. I thought that those numbers were funkier. Oh, right. It's per minute. The numbers are funkier per minute. That's what it is. So on the spreadsheet, the way that this is going to work, if we do our alt heavy frames, so I've got those numbers all worked out. 7.5 turns into 60 per minute. 33.75 turns into 270 per minute. And we're currently producing 80 modular frames, but we only need 60. So I can do one of two things. I can leave it producing as much as it's producing, or I can reduce that and by underclocking the machines. I may just send it to overflow. Like I may just take these modular frames and send that to a modular frame box. Right, so that could go down here. And that way we're still only using a certain amount. But then we've got to figure out what to do with that. Now the good news is it's only going to be 20. So, frames. 20 per minute. So we can put that on a belt. Right? And pair it up with other things, and that could potentially be the smarter way to do it. That way we're still keeping those things around. So, and that kind of balance has to cascade back through, right? We no longer need 120 reinforced iron plates. We only need 90. And so we can reallocate those to other things because they're needed in crystal oscillators and they're needed in other things down the line. So it'll be good in the long run, because these parts that we'll have, we're going to have extra. And I think that'll be good. The only thing I'm not so worried about is our iron and our copper. I think that's pretty solid. I don't want to mess with that because I think having the assemblers doing stitched iron plates, we're just going to need those. So we might as well leave that the way that it is. And the only thing that will adjust potentially is the modular frames. But the big news is that we're getting rid of the screws. So if I look at the old modular frame plan, this whole thing here is gone, and this 600 iron ore can now be put in here. And you see we were 400 short, so now we're going to be overdoing it, which is good. I'd rather have more than not enough. So I guess that's the first thing we're going to take a look at. So for removing the screws, we will take a look down here. I believe those screws are all run underneath everything. I'm going to leave the belts in for now, just in case we need to reroute something else. So the last thing we do will be removing the actual belts. But what I want to try to do in here is hook up a switch so that we can just turn this off. Or I guess the thing to do would be to remove the iron and then it'll finish whatever it's doing and not leave us with a bunch of screws on belts. That's probably the best idea. So the simplest way to do that is going to be to disconnect it right here. And so the iron is no longer flowing. And this is constructors and iron. So I need to do a sign for maybe this area. I should maybe switch and have a beam. Maybe we'll put this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 20 smelters. So we'll switch this around. So this will be what's happening to our right. And they would be doing 600. I really wish they would let us highlight this and change it. It feels strange to do this over here. Right, so floor 3 has got 32 constructors doing cast screws. That will be essentially turned off. So we'll add a sign. And we'll just say decommissioned. How do I spell commissioned? Right? Off. I've always been a terrible speller. Hold on. I was missing an M. This might not fit. No, it doesn't. Okay. Let me just see here. I guess reallocate. Okay, so they're going to burn through what's left of the iron. It's no longer coming in, you can see. It's just whatever they have in their inventory. So that'll keep on going in the background. And now we've got to take the iron and send it to, I believe everything was going down here. There's our steel going to iron, or going to, yeah, iron going to steel, sorry. This is coming in down here. I should have signs in here. North floor smelting number 4, 600 per minute. And then that's scrapper, and that's the coal. This is north floor smelting number 5, 600 per minute. And then I need a source for 400 per minute. And that's what we just did. We just freed up a source. But we're going to have some left over. North floor smelting 4 and 5. We're just going to send the whole 6 here because then we can make steel beams out of whatever is left over. I don't know what we might need steel beams for. I haven't done that. We've removed steel beams from a lot of our plans because of the recipe changes. So floor 4 is this one. Oh, right. Floor 4 and floor 5. 1 belt each. So that's the 2 belts. So floor 4 and floor 5. Right. So I was going to take that up. This could very easily be taken upstairs and run along here. And this would not take that long to do. Okay. Let me just check my sheet to make sure that I'm going to have the right amount of things. Down to steel. So this is, am I on the right tab? I'm on the right tab. Floor 3, floor 4, and floor 5. I don't know why it says half. Floor 4 is 4 at 20. Floor 5 is 24 at 83.5. These also are not going at 100%. Not all of them, anyway. Yeah, these are at 77. So I don't know why. It's because they're not getting fully used. Okay, so that I'd rather have a backup on the front end than on the back end. Yeah, so it's not that they don't have enough stuff, it's that they can't push it out fast enough. So we'll have to run some belt numbers here. I think these are just... No, the belts are right. Okay. So these are coming along here. They go down, they go over, they go down the cavity wall. We're going to need to delete some of this along the way. And then they go along here. And then they go here. Oh, time to remove some trees. So here's the screws. I remember running those, and they're a real pain. So instead of running, I think we'll do 3 in a row, and then we'll run the belts slightly different. I think I should be able to take that and run it that way. And that should be something I can run right along here and continue that along to that hole. And that's the hole that I need to put it into, right? Yep. That's what I need to put it into. Because if I remember correctly, we're making more steel than we need. So 1200, this is going to make 1600. 840, 60, 1200, 1200. That's 2400 steel ingots. But yeah. So we're gonna just put it all. We're gonna put it all into steel, and figure out later what we might need. Because we need 270, so we only have to bump this up by a little bit. So it's not too bad. So there are 40 foundries. There should be. That's what's being fed above us. $40 foundries, solid steel ingot, and 20 foundries, solid steel ingot, being used for that. So we're only using half of them. We're going to be using more than half of them, but I think we're going to need less than all of them, if that makes any sense. 40 extra constructors, steel pipes, steel ingots, 120. Yeah, okay. So 40 foundries. I'll double check. They need 40 and 40. Use the layout button to say change how the signs are displayed. Yeah, I could have gotten rid of the symbol. You're right. That would have worked. So 40 times 40 is 1600. That's right. I'm just going to make this a little clearer. Now that's going to change. Those are just notes. That's actually the out. I see what I did. I've changed my formatting on this a little bit, but I think it's clearer for these big sections. Right. So 60 solid steel ingot, solid steel ingot. That's hard to say. And 40 is just the number that I chose because that's what fit in the space. And this is solid steel ingot alternate recipe. It needs 40 of each coming in. And then out is solid steel ingot, and that's 2400. Sorry, my typing ends up being super slow because my computer just does not like to do any kind of typing when I'm streaming Satisfactory. It really, really chugs. I guess it's a processor thing. And then these are just additional notes. And that's going to change because our proportions down the line are going to change. So we'll figure that out later. So 2400 is what's coming out. That means that we should have more than enough because these only need steel ingots is 30. So it reduces it by 30%. So that's 1800. Yeah, we should be fine. Okay. So I just wanted to double check that what I was doing was going to be good. All right, so yeah, these are not getting their stuff because that's the extra material I've got to run. And I guess I just have to make peace with the fact that rather than bringing this all out to the main bus, which that's coal and that's rods. How many rods are we making on that other floor? Rods are going all the way down to heavy modular frames, so it makes sense to have those on the main bus. 480 rods per minute. Only one belt. Leave it to me to fly through the stairwell. And plates are also going all the way down there. And I think we're making... It doesn't look like we're making a ton of plates. But those are skipping a building. No, 600 iron plates. Okay. So I'm not moving either one of those belts. And so it doesn't make any sense to bring 1,200 or more iron ingots out here. I mean, we could put them on the top belt, but that's only one. Because we're going to need... Yeah, 1,800. So yeah, I'm not putting 3 belts of iron ingots out there. So we'll run it inside. Thanks, Dan. I guess we just have to figure out a way to run it visually in a cool way, and I guess the only way to really do that is we'll just stick with this for now. When I finish the design of this roof, we may move these, but I think what's going to end up staying is the use of the cavity wall is probably going to be pretty consistent. I don't mind seeing belts in the ceiling. I think it's actually kind of a cool look. So we'll just backtrack from here. We'll switch this. Make sure my build color is right. And we'll have to make that slightly different. That's fine. We'll add a build hole here. We'll switch this one. Do I have more? Just like Minecraft, I'd rather go into a pick block situation than into a into my inventory. So these are not still, even after the update today, these are still not clipping to the right holes, but we can at least send it to the machine, to the lift. That's that backed up. Goes along to there. I need to hook you up. Well, that one worked. Weird. Now this will have to do a little bit of reshuffling. Now the good news is we don't need the screws here necessarily, so we could end up making some changes there. That is on an angle. I don't remember why I have this. So again, we might end up being able to take these straight out into the wall here as opposed to doing a little bit of a zigzag. So for now, I'll have this raise up out of the potential ceiling, and we'll move on from there. So I'm going to need to add a third belt, and I would say raise this one up. And then this one can actually just be here. I'm going to actually put that through that goes to there. And that is reconnected. And then what has to happen here is probably, if I hook this in here first, this will be the right angle. One, two. Thankfully, Satisfactory lets you do this now. It's good. And then we just need another floor hole. I guess I'll take it all the way. Technically, we could just bring this up a level and have it run right along here. See, that's in the way there. I don't want to mess around with the export of this floor because we could use this for other things down the line. So we'll go up and over. That's going to go up here somewhere. That's definitely going to change at some point. And out. That connects to... Oh, there's nothing there. That connects to there, and then we just have to get this coming up to the right spot. And what we'll probably end up doing is replacing that to be next door. Oh, that's really close. So one tick. I love that we can lock holograms now. Perfect. Oh, no, not perfect. Okay. Why are these? Oh, it's because it's in the middle. I see what I did. That's right. This was going to be reworked, I think, so we'll just do the little zigzag, and then we'll work that out later when we redesign the aesthetics of the floor. Oh, that's not going to work either, is it? Okay. Well then, how... Alright, we'll do the floor hole here instead. Where is that? On the line. Oh, wrong way. And then I'll just replace that again. And that should be okay. Oop, autosave. Not late exactly when you mean to arrive. SweetSandi, welcome in. Good to see you. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Belt. Like that. Now is this going to play nice? That's a much better solution. Okay. Lift. Why? All right, because it's not going anywhere. It's not hooked up to anything at the other end. So that should have populated. Obviously, I forgot here. Zoom, zoom. Away we go. That's facing the wrong way. Let's make that nicer. Oh, I guess I have to start from up here. That would make sense. Not that we can see it. That's good. Same thing here. Thankfully, it's very easy to build and rebuild in the game. And then we just have to run this around the corner. And it should, I feel like, yeah, I guess that should line up quite nicely, right? So I'll just add another one of those. Oh, it's farther back, right. And then we'll just bring this along. Can't remember exactly how far this has to be. I think if that's where it's going, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. 6 or 5. I can never remember. It's 5. Now, is that going to block the door? Just watch your head. That's fine. It's just meant for access anyway. So we'll double check this again. Just to make sure I have the number of floors right. So the signs that I have labeled already in there are correct. This is floor 3. We've got 600 iron ingots a minute. And that comes up here. Up the roof, down the side. It's the middle one. Middle one is floor 3. I'm pretty sure on this, but I just wanted to make sure that, yep. And then the middle one goes all the way down here. And that's still not straight somehow. Is it a height thing? Oh, weird. Must have been off by a click. Hey, Obu, welcome in. Good to see you. So, we've got this we can copy. Paste there, and it's floor 3. And this is 600 per minute. No longer need that. And now I've got to remember where it goes. I think there. Lots of trees in the way after the update regrowth. I updated to the latest build actually just before we started playing, and I didn't see any bugs that were addressed that we were experiencing. It was all mostly like crashes and that kind of stuff. Anything else? Are we good? Okay. So this is coal overflow, and we're going to have iron overflow, I think. Where's my signage? Right. 40 foundries, solid steel ingots, 1,600 minutes each, iron and coal. And we are bringing in 1,800 iron. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to update so this looks a little bit neater. Because with the way that I've done these systems, you can always add in lines, and it doesn't seem to affect too much. So I can create another line for each. This is 600. I do 3. And so we'll do, that's 1, 2. I don't remember if that's the right one. This is floor 3. I'd rather have them in the right order. So I'm pretty sure this goes up here. And then this should be 4. And then floor 5 is the bottom one. And that is almost hooked up. So I'll worry about that after stream. It looks like I can delete that line. Hopefully that didn't mess anything up down the line. No, okay, good. So this is the last hookup here, and we'll have to sort out some sort of overflow to keep this moving. Unless I just want to build more steel. So we'll have a temporary overflow. And it's all of these. So there's 20 here. How much does 20 need? $20 times 40, so it would be 800 apiece. Right, so this is only one line is getting some things. Yeah. So this is getting 200, and this is getting 800, and we're about to bring in... No. This is getting more than 200. This is getting 300? What's happening here? 600 a minute is coming in. That's being split. So that's 300 going there, 300 going there. They only need 600? No, this is a smart splitter. So this is getting 400 and 200. This is getting... This should be producing fine. So why is this doing so low? Oh, it's the output that's cranked. I may have to rethink the way that this is balanced out. Cosmic Dancer, thank you for popping in. I had tried to address that issue earlier, but I very much appreciate it. Okay, so we've got 600 coming in, and it's going 400 that way, 200 this way. There's another 200 there, so that's the 400 for that one. So then we're left with 600 coming into this, but this has to have this sort of output set up. So what we'll do is exactly that. I'll put a splitter right there. We'll bring 600 in. We'll set iron ingot straight. We'll set overflow to the left. Nothing to the right. So we can attach that to there. And then just like over here, I think I might have to put that, yeah, I might have to put it to the side. We should be able to also calculate this. So this is going to be overflow of 200. So a Mark III belt should be all we need. These always get placed upside down, and I don't know why. All right, let's put that away. Ingots. I don't know what we might need these for, but it's going to be 200. And that is a very crooked line, so we're going to fix that. And then I just need to find a place to put those. That's only 80. that's joining a much faster line. So what we could do, by the way, for people that don't know, this is my current recycle line. So everything's down. Everything going on these lines is getting trashed. Just straight up overflow. So we can just piggyback on that because we can fit everything there. The easiest way to do that is, honestly, I could put a merger in here. I think I'd rather merge it out here just so I won't miss it, you know, as I'm recalculating all this stuff later. Did I put that the right way? Cool. So then we've got 280. This is going to have to be upgraded to Mark IV. And that should work. I'm not sure what else is coming on there. Looks like cable and things. So I'm going to need to revamp my overflow lines. The good news is that as we add more to the factory, the overflow lines will end up being better. Did this work? No power. That's because it's not turned on. That means that those are all good. Nice. One thing that's really cool about turning everything on at the same time when they all have enough material is that they start going up. Now, I obviously did not hook up the belts, so that's a problem. Let me just change my default build color here. I'm glad we're running through this because this would have been real pain. So we've got Mark IV. I've seen streamers and YouTube folks that will turn off the bank of machines and then turn them all on at the same time so that you can get that synchronized belt work. Now, are these guys got power? These guys are making steel pipes. We may have to reallocate some of these for steel beams at some point. This looks like they all have the right amount of outputs. They're turned on, obviously. Do we have things coming down the bottom here? Yeah, it's just gonna, it's a overflow. So it'll take a while. And then these do not go anywhere currently. We have to do another one of those beam things. So I think we've got some time to do that. That no longer needs ingots. And 40 extra constructors, steel pipes, steel ingots. I'll have to double check that. I know that's what's happening, but I need to make sure I know what's going on upstairs. Now these I do like. So we're going to keep, I think, that design. And it looks like there's just a spot between. Yep. And then a lot of this stuff is just proof of concept, because as I get farther along, I will absolutely be updating the look of everything. It's mostly about function right now. I find I do the same thing with Minecraft. I'll end up wanting to do this kind of thing, and I'll sketch something out roughly, and then once I know everything fits and everything looks good and works well, then I update it. So these are facing outward, so I'll try that. I think that means I have to start at the top up here. Yep. And this is, how many is this producing? 20 times 20 is 400, so mark 4. And those come down here. And they go all the way to the bottom. These are connected here. I really wish that they had better numbers on the belts. 780 when you need 800 is so frustrating. Bits! Holy nuggets! Welcome in. SweetSandi, thank you for jumping on the chat speed. Bits, thanks so much for the awesome raid. Let me get to a higher vantage point where we can chat. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm going to wait for a second in case there's an ad, but I don't think there's going on. Kisscass, Joma CX, I hope I'm saying that right. It's Bits. Thanks for the raid. See that you're in here now. I'm assuming you are playing Satisfactory, as you often are doing. Folks, if you want to see some fantastic builds and some very skilled technical and building knowledge, please go check out It's Bits on Twitch. I follow them already. You should too. Bits, what were you up to on stream? What part of the factory were you working on today? This is my Devastator build. I don't know how long it's been since any of you may have been here, but we are currently basing this build off of Devastator, the 1980s Transformer combiner. So that's why you see a lot of green. And we're working on updating the visuals. You can see on the right here, we started to add in like details and shapes compared to the very rough kind of it's going to be this big and this wide sort of stuff. And so we're starting to slowly move things along. We do have the logistics mostly sorted out. We've got lots of trains coming in, room to grow, room for a second floor as well, should we need to do that. But this is in the Rocky Desert, of course, and we are pulling resources from all over the place. And I do have a decent train network. I am still very new at roundabouts, so forgive the ugliness. I'm making sure that it works the way that I want before I completely finish the design. But we do have some cool design things like Energon powered floating maglev towers. That's a fun thing. And then we'll pop down here and I'll show you kind of where we're working today. We are revamping our heavy modular frames because no one likes screws. And what we've done is we've removed the screws from our session. I'm using stitched plates, and we are now using a heavy modular frame alternate recipe, which we did not have before. So previously we had 4 belts of screws coming into this heavy modular frame factory, but we're going to switch over and we're going to use the alts. We're going to use this one. So modular frames, encased beams, steel pipes, and concrete. And when y'all came in, we were just reallocating the iron that was making screws and adding it to steel. And so now we've got to get this steel onto our main bus, which is hanging out here. We've got some room, so hopefully we'll be able to hook everything up together. Maglev, yeah, free falling RN. Yeah, that was the idea. I didn't want to... I'm trying to do like a sci-fi theme, and it's tough because a lot of the Satisfactory stuff is... whatchamacallit? It's very industrial looking. It's very terrestrial looking. So trying to make things look alien is kind of hard. Speaking of, actually, I should show you what's powering all of this. Always fun to pop over and show people that. But we'll do that right after I show you the steel. So steel right now, we just turned on the alpha wing. All of this is going to be moved into a nice little electrical room. But this is what we've got going on for steel, and there are constructors upstairs doing the pipes. And we've got alt recipes that mean that we can mostly use pipes instead of beams. We'll have to make some beams, but for now, we're just doing the pipes. And if I switch over to my hover pack. So we just brought in the extra steel, or extra iron, sorry, down to this line right here. You can see the new green, new green belt. And so that's all pumping along. And then up top, it all transitions into constructors. And they're all sending everything out and down the front. Bits is grabbing all 16 nodes of Caterium from the world. Wow. More of them via trains on the highway than the new plan. Very cool. Eventually there'll be 6 trains with locomotives and 18 freight cars per train. That's a lot of Caterium, my friend. Holy crap. Arcade gaming too realistic. Yeah, right? You gotta be realistic when you're designing stuff based on Transformers, right? Yeah, it has to be realistic. It's too funny. Anyway, before I die here, let's put this up. Cool. So that's happening there. Now, all of this, I even have aluminum set up, and you've seen some rough designs. This is the kind of style that we're going for over here in my aluminum factory. I like taking, especially refineries, I like encasing them in the concrete, and so you end up with solid looking walls of machines like this, which I think is really fun. It's not on right now. We keep on getting stutters and stops because aluminum balancing with bauxite is a real pain. And I'm not exactly sure what's happening. I think our concrete export is... No, that's fine. There always seems to be little hiccups in this. I haven't really finished the logistics in terms of the train balancing, but the design here is coming together. But all of this, we're at like stage 7, and so I'm kind of at a bottleneck. But I'll hop over to the power plant and show you. We've got 400 fuel gens pumping out 60,000 megawatts. I'll just take the hypertube. This one? Yes. So we use the 4 oil nodes in the west part of the map. See some engines? Oh yeah, there's trains going. We've got trains going. GJ, thank you very much. So this is our Megatron power facility. Functional, but not finished in terms of decoration because it's just a huge thing and I have to pick at it slowly. And then I kept on leaving these spots to maybe give myself places to get off the hypertube, but with the new physics in update 8, that's a much higher jump than it used to be. And I've dropped a boombox there somewhere. So this is 16 floors? Something like that. Sorry about the graphics. There we go. So there will be trains coming in here as well, I think, because I have plastic and rubber that has to be exported. But this whole thing is run off of, oh, I got an autosave. It's run off of diluted fuel. And so we've got the 4 nodes in the area coming in with their heavy oil residue. And that is, or sorry, the crude oil is going to turn into heavy oil residue. So the first section is here. You can see I did the same sort of thing by encasing the refineries. The fronts are exposed, but then the backs are all kind of locked in. Decepticon purple, as one would expect. So everything is being pumped in underneath. We've got resin going out, and we've got heavy oil residue. And there's the plastic and the rubber being made. Those are currently being synced and stored right now. Eventually we're going to take them out via train. And then the heavy oil residue and water gets pumped up to the top floors, and that's using blenders to turn it into diluted fuel. The water extractors are all in here. And they send everything out to the middle that goes up. And I think I have hyper tubes that go upstairs. Thanks, SweetSandi. I do. It's been a long time since I've been here. I've been mostly focusing on the main factory. Right, so here's an example of the blender floor that's getting the fuel and then sending everything up in the corner again. We're going to lose the light here in a minute. So that's going up to the fuel gens. And if I go up to the top floor, these then run underneath the floors and power. Each wing has got fuel gens on it, and it's all slowly coming together. I really needed this up and running before I could do anything else, so we spent a lot of time finishing this. And of course it's got this really cool feature in the middle that's still being constructed. So we kind of had to do both Megatron and Devastator at the same time. And I thought I had some designs. I think the front of this is designed. Where am I going? East? I think my tower is out this way. Yeah. Switch. So you can see some of this is starting to take shape in terms of like how I want it to look, in terms of the shapes and the lights and things. And they have these cool struts and supports. So we're kind of like going through and bringing each wing up to the design standard. So you can see like this one is done. I know it's dark right now, but the top one is very jagged, so that hasn't been finished. Same thing with this one is done, but then that one's not done. So we're just kind of slowly working around. But it's got that whole like Decepticon. Often there's a lot of hexagons and octagons, lots of angles. DJ, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Now where's my downspout here? What? So once this is all enclosed, we'll remove this platform and it'll just be like this freestanding building in the ocean. And eventually, see if I have my Megatron board. So eventually, Megatron's arm cannon is this large black kind of cylinder. And so the plan is to take that cylinder and have like some of it be out the top. So that top part of the thing is going to look like a big smokestack, but it's going to look like Megatron's arm blaster thing, right? Oh. Almost missed my track switch. Very clean, I like it. Gives me some ideas for my build. Hey, happy to inspire. That's awesome. Thanks very much for the compliment. And again, thank you to everyone that's come in with that Bits raid. My community, make sure you're going and following It's Bits on Twitch. And for everyone else coming in, welcome. This is about 1,000 hours in a save, but but I have, I'd say, 1,500 hours in Satisfactory altogether. I did some other saves. Metroplex was the other save that I did. Do I have a Metroplex board? I don't know if I have a Metroplex board loaded up. Every time I see people turn this factory game into some kind of architectural sim. Yeah, totally, right? I mean, I as much as I'm a fan of the game, I'm not always a fan of the design of certain things. So I want to try and be a little bit more creative. I'm mainly a Minecraft player. I do the Spawn Chunks podcast with Pixel Riffs. That's my main job, actually. And I stream Minecraft and Satisfactory here on Twitch. Go down the south side here. So the two legs here, which are really like the legs of Devastator, are the iron is over there, and then this is all copper. So we've got all of our copper happening in here. Upstairs is wire and stuff that you've seen, and then this we ended up with the pure copper ingot recipe. So that's what we're doing there. Currently, it's stalled because we're sending it to aluminum, and we are not yet making our full capacity for aluminum sheets and aluminum casing. We're making some for storage, but not for all the capacity. So right now, it's mostly about freeing up some space on the main bus for that steel, which is pretty cool. Glad to have that going. And we were just about to hook this up. So we had these two coming down on the left-hand side. These two coming on the right. Is there a way down here? So there's... Each belt is 480. Each belt is 400, which means we can't combine them. I guess I have to do the math on what the constructors are doing. Want me to rhyme you for a break in 10 minutes or so? Yes, that'd be great, SweetSandi. Thank you. I normally take a break when the sun goes down in Satisfactory, but with the bits raid, I wanted all of you to kind of hang out for a little bit. Just subbed on YouTube, DJ. Thank you ever so much. Yeah, all the VODs are on YouTube. If you're curious about how this is all coming together, and how my plans that I described yesterday for removing this and moving the whole thing up higher, because Devastator's got this great chest piece that's really iconic, and I want to build that, but I designed this one like before we had all the cool awesome sync parts, and so now I can do all kinds of angles. We can nudge things. I can freeze holograms, so it's going to be a lot easier to build that in the future. And I think I'm going to make it much larger so it goes up over the buildings, a big V. Be cool. All right, let's take a look at our production here. So now that we're making, we have enough ingots, so these should all be going. The only reason they're not going at full capacity is because there's not enough constructors upstairs. So this is making 60 times 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 20 and 40. So we know from my spreadsheet that we've got 40 boundaries, 1,600 coming in. Out is 60, so 2,400 steel ingots. And so right now, this is what we're concerned with. We need to make sure that we're making enough steel pipe for encased industrial beams and for the heavy modular frames. So I don't know why I've got this as separate lines. So constructors, there's 40, steel facility, floor 1. I think there's more than 40 upstairs. Because this is the next floor. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, there's... Oh no, that's 20, and that's 40. And they're all making pipes. Okay. Never occurred to me to modular build off of something like Transformers. I'm just a big fan. And I think what triggered it was this factory designed to like consume the world, and Devastator just kind of popped into my brain for I don't know what reason. And I thought, you know, I used to love Transformers when I was a kid. And they're kind of spacey and cool, and I think it just gives me something to spring off of, and it gives me a solid idea on how to make design choices and shape language stuff. I'm an artist by trade, by the way, for people that don't know. I went to art school and I worked in illustration and design for like 20 years. Let's pop open spreadsheet again and make sure that we've got. So we do have constructors in the steel facility, and they are making steel pipes. Oops. And that's basic recipe, 40 constructors, steel facility floor 1. And we'll say 2 times banks of 20. So we've got 30 steel ingots going in and 20 steel pipes going out. And that's currently, it's going to be 4 belts. No, 2 belts of 400? $20 times 20 is 400. 2 belts of 400. Why am I... Oh, that's floor 2. Sneaky floor 1. Whoops. Right. Okay. So we've got a lot. We've got a lot of pipes. I forgot I built the second floor. I was like, why am I labeling it floor 1 if there's only one of them? And then it's like, well, nope. There's 2 of them. So here's floor 2 right there. Joel does his own notes, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So we'll copy this. My keyboard does not like it when I stream. So just copy that. That's floor 2. I wish it copied formatting. And so right now, this is just on 2 Arc 2 belts, and that goes to the main bus, and not sure. And then we've got 400 and 400, and that's going down to the main bus as well. And that is what's going to fuel our encased industrial beams. Okay. So we need to know how many of these pipes need to go all the way to encased industrial beams. Currently, we have a bank that needs 20, I think. Let's go take a look. So encased industrial beams are right here. 80, and we need 75 with the new recipe. So we might as well just continue to build the same amount and then take the rest into storage and eventually sink it. So that should be fine. But we need a new amount because these are going to get switched to the new recipe, which I should probably just do now. Do I have enough room in my inventory? I think I do. I feel like this is going to stay where it is. I can't see any reason to move it. So we'll switch this over to heavy encased frame. Copy those. There's only 8 of them, so it's not like it's going to take very long. Oh, we're getting stuff back. Okay. Screws are making our life difficult. Did it again. Last one. All right, that's all good. I'm gonna go empty my inventory here. Never occurred to me. Jesus, do you have a floor plan? Not for this place. I can load it up into Satisfactory calculator on my break and show you. Thank you, SweetSandi. Yes, appreciate it. Need some. Put some stuff away here. We were cutting down trees. I don't need that. Come on. And I've got a lot of frames in my situation here. Do I store those? I don't think I do. And I don't need all of those. Okay. So what I'll do, I normally take a break around an hour, and we've been about 90 minutes. I wanted to make sure that everybody coming in with the Bits raid had a chance to say hi and settle in. Again, thanks so much, It's Bits, for the raid. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. I just set a train on a loop, so you get to see a little bit of the world and listen to some music. I do play some ads during breaks just to kind of help support myself on Twitch. But you're not missing much because I'm AFK, usually getting a cup of coffee or something like that. So I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes, and I'll see you all then. Alright, back again. So some of you have been able to see the small train network that we have in place. It's eventually going to be the whole map, but for now it's just the western coast, rocky desert, and a little bit of the northern forest. Or I guess the western slopes, technically. Oh, I got off the train. I didn't mean to do that. Crap. See if I can catch him and stop him at the station. You forget how big the train tracks are until you run next to them. He's not going to stop there very long. No? That would have been hard to catch later on. Okay, good to go. Someone just before the break was asking about a floor plan, and the best I can do is Satisfactory calculator. Gives it a second. That was a pretty slow website, especially when I'm streaming. But you can kind of see the idea in that as Devastator travels west, then it gets bigger. So this is the train station up here. So there's the main train station. And then everything kind of pulls in, comes along the main bus, which you can see right down the middle, and then forks underground or under the surface of the factory to the various different places. And so here is our heavy modular frame factory that we're working on right now. And then up here is where all the smelting is happening. And then this is the copper smelting. So this is iron, copper, and then you can see the train tracks. And then down here, Megatron looks really cool from above, if the website wants to help me out here. We've got plans for a water facility out there. And then there are the three oil nodes that are powering almost everything we're doing right now. You can kind of see the top-down view of Megatron once it renders in. So there's not eight wings per floor. There's only 4 wings per floor, but I rotate them 45 degrees every floor. So that's why it looks like a big star. But that is the big 60,000 watt power facility that we've got going. I actually meant your Excel sheet is like a floor plan. Oh, cool. Well, yeah, it's sort of like that. Again, like as a visual artist, I tend to need that kind of stuff to wrap my head around. I think a lot of Satisfactory players end up having spreadsheets once they get into certain levels of numbers and all that kind of stuff. All right, I just want to throw in some new signage. Not sure where to put that. Maybe we'll put it down here. I think this is going to go away. So we'll put some new signs here. This is more for in-game. Why are they always upside down? Does anybody else have this problem? Just gonna auto save here. Since the update 8 release, they've been upside down? Okay. So the thing that I don't spend a lot of time doing is reading Reddit and all the different kind of community bugs and stuff. I know I've got some problems with wall holes. Some of the wall holes are not functioning. I really like the idea that Total Eclipse had, which was to take wall holes and change them so that they're not walls that you build, but instead make them like pipe holes, like pipe wall holes, so that you could have your and these are, can't remember the name of them. What's an alt recipe? I've got these little floating rendering things too in update 8. These little triangles. Heavy encased frame. Okay, we need bring up my spreadsheet for myself just so I can see the numbers. Modular frames 60 per minute. Oops. That's fine. Color. Copy. And then we've got steel beams, steel pipes. And this is 270. Correct. So we're making way more than we need. And then we've got encased industrial beams. And that's 75. And then last but not least is concrete, and this is new. This is replacing the screws. And this is 165. All right, so there's at least an in-game reference as to what we have to change in here. Now the good news is the screws are all empty. The encased industrial beams are already hooked up, so that's good. So let's do a little... I always like checking things off. Those used to come in upside down too. Dink. Right, so encased industrial beams are already set up. Concrete is coming from our overflow from aluminum right here. I don't know if I like the location. So I might bring that back around. So we'll have to bring that around and add it up here. We'll have to see if we need more limestone than that. But that's not hooked up to this facility. That's only going downstairs into the beams right now. Modular frames are coming in, but what they do not have is any kind of overflow. And there has to be some sort of overflow. Do those get split somewhere? Or do they have two lines? There's two lines. I think those are coming in over here. There's the two lines there. And I think these have overflow at the back. I want to say yes. Or is that heavy modular frames? Or heavy stitched plating, I think. Right. So what I've done around the base for color coding is any kind of orange is like temporary overflow stuff just to kind of keep things running. So that's all going to go. If anybody has any questions, like if you're new to the stream, if you have any questions about what I'm planning, stuff like that, by all means, just let me know. All right, so we only have the one pipe thing, and this is going to need 270. That's the right belt. Did it need 270 before? That couldn't have been the case. So it needed 20 per minute. And this... Oh, it did need... So it's the same. It's just that the production rate is different. Okay. And this needed... Oh, no, wait. That can't be right. 270 per minute is right. What I need to know is how much steel pipe my encased industrial beams need. They are encased industrial pipe, which is an alt recipe, 20. So I could underclock if I wanted to keep it exact, but I think I'm just gonna like make more than I need and then do an overflow situation. Because I need these in storage, right? So 20 assemblers making encased industrial beams. That should be... $525 seems like a weird number. $560. I think 525 is based on the a different number with underclocking, maybe. The spreadsheet is a monster. Yeah. Color coding and a little bit of time off stream. And so 20 concrete. That should be 20 times 1875. Nope. I want this to be... I'm going to keep that the same. So we'll end up with a bit of a siphon going off here. And I don't know how many that's going to be. So 4 times 20 is 80. So this should be 5 per minute. And I just have to make sure that it's getting 400 concrete per minute off of the aluminum production. And then we should be good. So 560 is the steel number that I've got to worry about. So I can get that from the 2 pipes. So I don't have to run more steel on the belt. So I'm just going to backtrack where our steel is coming from. Because what I'm going to do with the extra steel pipes is that we're going to be making rotors with the alt recipe. So what I might end up doing is taking these and sending them across and sending the other ones farther along. So unfortunately I have to do 2 separate belts. I'll keep these belts. I think I'm just going to change the hookups. There's our 2 steel belts. And they're 480s. But they're only going to have 400 on them because I never combined them after I left the constructors. So I think the only thing I'm going to change here is the source is going to be these 2 here. So yeah, I've got a couple different belts going on here. Where is that going? Yeah. There's one steel, and there's the other. Yep, okay. So it's these 2. That one's doing right. It's this one that's going to get unhooked. And then this one needs to be added. Right, okay. Yep, that's him there. This main bus idea has been both good and bad. It has both worked out well and also not. Conveyor belt Mark IV. How many rods are on that? Could I piggyback on that, maybe? Coal ends. So we've got access to that bottom row. Yeah. So I'll use the bottom row. It's this one that needs the new steel. Yeah, okay. And that means this is not going to be a thing. Oops. Yeah, the escape key still doesn't work in this menu. It's really annoying. Alright, so we need to get down to there. think that's right. Alright, so that attaches to there. This, we don't want taking anything from behind because that's just going to be a problem. So we'll remove that. This is accurate. So now those two are flowing and these two will eventually stop. Why? Where am I sending that? I think that's just getting destroyed. Yep. And don't want to start adding lines to just get nuked because that's just a waste of time. So we're going to have one of these lines. This one is just not flowing right now. I could, I guess, hook it onto here and keep it moving, but that's not going to be enough. Well, it would be almost enough if I upgraded the belt size. All right, let's do that. So we'll add a merger. Now these used to work. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. Oh, it's working. Then this just needs to be updated. Probably not enough capacity happening right there, but again, anytime you see the orange stuff, it's just temporary so that I can keep the factory moving so it doesn't all come to a giant standstill. New to this game, can you fly around a little bit and show you the factory? We've already done that earlier this stream. There's also the VOD channel on YouTube, Joel Duggan VODs, if you want to pop over there and see. I don't remember when the last time I was that I flew around, but well, I go on breaks as well, and I jump on a break train that runs around the factory as well. KYST? KHYST. I'm not sure how to say your name, but welcome in. Thanks for saying hello. And again, thanks ever so much for everyone that's been sticking around. I'm sure you probably had a decent stream with bits. You're probably hanging on the computer for a while, and the fact that you're still hanging out with me is great. I really appreciate it. Okay, so let's just quickly update the spreadsheet so that I don't lose what I have done. This is half of floor 1 and half of floor 2 currently being synced. So what we'll do is use the little room that I have. Just grab that one. Awesome sync. And this is being combined here. Okay, so we've got two 400 belts going to encased industrial beams. And we've got 560 out of 800. And 800 is going to be on two Mark IV belts. And so then we've got, this should be 800 minus 560, 240. Ah, so that's not enough. So we're going to need to, we're going to bring in that third belt, it looks like. Yeah, so we need 560 plus 270. I knew this was going to be just a little bit too easy. How do we want to do this? So that's two. So we'll have to bring in a fourth belt. Like that's just, or a third belt. So we'll take this one. Currently being connected to this one. So that's two. I guess the thing to do is just to pull what we need with a smart splitter and go from there. Where are these being pulled off? Down here. Right, so we need both of these belts in full. We're going to need, that's 800. We only need another 30, which is really frustrating that we only need another 30 off of this. So rather than running the 30 upstairs to that, we're going to send the 30 to the bottom level because that's going to be easier. And we'll just top up one of these belts. And that's what we've done here. 400 a minute, 400 a minute. So, and then this is peeling off what used to be enough, but is no longer enough. How is this set up? 400 a minute coming in here, and it just, that's 200 and 200. And then this is steel pipe and then overflow. And the overflow is only hitting one of these. That doesn't make any sense. That's a merger. So I need to figure out what we need per side. $28. So it's 280 per side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 280 per side. So the fact that this is splitting 400, that goes 200 going that way. That's only a Mark II. Why would I just... I'd say that's probably incorrect. So we'll switch that to probably a smart splitter. So then this will get the 200 that it... 280. This will get 200 of the 280. No, this will get 280, and then this will be... Oh, that's what I've done. That's the 120. So this is getting the full 280. Because this is only taking 120 from 400. So that's the 280. Past Joel did it right. Completely vanilla. No, there's no mods. No mods. I've thought about installing a mod to have it be permanently day. But sometimes I like the night lighting and the sunrise lighting and stuff like that, but it also gives me a really good excuse to take a break once an hour, which I think is good. All right, so 280 is currently going down that way. Then what's happening here is we've got 400 coming in. There's only 120 here, which leaves 280, 260, 160 has to happen here. But what's happening is whatever it needs. So 400 minus 160 is 240. And so then we need this. This is 240 and it needs to be 270. So that's the problem. And I think we can probably sneak... Oh, that doesn't work. Okay. I can't quite do that. We need to top this line up. As this is balanced, it's just that this line does not have what it needs. I don't think I need this anymore. And we can pull... As much as I don't want to make this super, super tight, I could run a middle belt through here. The problem is I just don't have anywhere to put it. Once it gets through here, it gets really finicky. So we could go up and over, I guess. Or I could go under. That would be easier. Let's try that. The problem is remembering and calculating how many items are being pulled from your belts. That's something I think I've talked about on the stream before. Is like I really wish there was a way to like show in game a read on what the belt is actually holding. That's why I've got spreadsheets. Smart splitter. And this only needs to be a Mark 1. And that didn't work because of update 8 bugs. I guess I might as well just make them fast, right? Let's keep it consistent. Put one here. did I get that wrong? That... Yeah, that's off-center, isn't it? No. Why is that off-center? I used to use an efficiency mod for belt input and output. Haven't used it in a while. Oh, very cool. I think someone told me that BL Andrew used something like that. Why is this off-center? Something is not adding up here. Oh, that's straight. It's the other one that's crooked. This is not straight. Well, that's not any better. All right, whatever. I really wish that the wall supports and the floor supports would line up the same. It's really frustrating, some of the design choices that they've made. It's really inconsistent. Like they want you to be on this grid, but then the wall supports are off the grid somehow. Like it looks like they line up, but they don't. And I don't know why. Anyway, that will come out there, and then we're going to put a merger here. That did not do the thing that I thought was going to be pretty. Oh well. So that will make that a full 270. That was from floor 1. This is 30. This is now 270. And that's going to... Okay. These have changed, though. These are no longer from floor 1 and 2. I think they're from floor... I think they're both from... One's from one floor, one's from the other. Dan, hello. Good to see you. Thanks for the unlurk. And thank you for the follows, folks. Really appreciate it. So, floor 1 and floor 2. I just have to figure out which belt is which. So it looks like floor 2 is the right belt. And that just loops around. But that's correct. That's from Steel One. Do I have enough room to add like a little... Nope. To A, and then this is from North Steel. And then this is from North Steel B. Because this is from the right-hand side. Okay, so that should be those done. So we've made sure Encased Industrial Beams is still going. We're making 80. We are bringing in exactly the right amount of steel pipes, but we're making a lot more than we need. Encased Industrial Beams. So then it's just a matter of rebouncing. It's just concrete. Concrete is the only thing that's not coming in here right now. So that's the 270. These two lines are more than what we need because we only need 60, but I'm pretty sure each one of those is 40 assemblers making 80 modular frames, 80 modular frames to heavy modular frame production. One, two, three, four. So there's 20 here and 20 upstairs. So then each belt is making 40. So we are currently belting in more than we need. I just have to figure out where to overflow these two. So what I did not do with these, because they're being made next door to where they need to go, I did not run them out to the main bus. And I don't know that we need them on the main bus, but we did free up a belt down here. There's a lane. For rods. Normally this is not that full. And this, I think, is up here because, yeah, we run into ground. The one mistake that I made was I designed this main bus. Originally, it was to be in this space, and I didn't like it because it got in the way of all the buildings, and so I lowered it and I brought it down into the ground. But what I did not plan when I first built this area was from this floor up. I didn't plan that, and so unfortunately, we have these weird kind of ups and downs happening in this area. I guess I could just bring the modular frames along here somewhere. They just need to go out into an overflow line. Currently, I feel like I need to add like a specific sushi belt for storage, and I'm tempted to do that on this middle line here. So if I did that, that would be doable. Except for that is currently being logged in there. I wish the escape key would be more consistent. So there they are there. And they just go straight over this way. And I don't really have a ton of room. I really wish we could add splitters and mergers onto vertical belts. I think that would be a really nice addition to the game. Maybe what we should do is take off the excess at this point. Bet you're happy there's a release candidate out today? Oh, is there a release candidate out for Minecraft 1.20.3? Yeah. I want to update all the mods and quality of life stuff on my Minecraft server, and that will be key. So that would make this a lot easier. This is the problem with like making this big main bus adjustment, is that some of these factories were just not made for it. Don't really have room in here. That was an outside thing. I guess I could take them down somewhere. Oh, hey, look. Oh, hey, look. See, look, I didn't even have floor holes when I first built this. That's how long ago it was. I was using this bogus idea. We're only overflowing 20, so this will be a straight up normal. Goes there. And then... oh, that's split rather than being one belt line. I needed all 80, so I split them up. That means that I'm removing one from one side, but not the other. Darn it. And that doesn't work. That doesn't work. I really should have merged these lines. Well, I guess I still can. Oh, that's going to be ugly. Not a big fan of the main bus. I'm using it as a main storage container tower for my base. Sticking all the items for inputs till the final elevator parts. That's a good idea. Thanks so much for being here. Free falling. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your day. How am I doing for time, Sandy? Do I have a break coming up too soon? I know we're off with the night cycle now. Yeah, that's tricky. Normally, keeping things on separate belts is helpful. But in this case, it's actually being a pain. So maybe the thing to do is going to be combining these way back here. Yeah, I'd say that's probably what we need to do. For aesthetic purposes and ease of room, I'd say we stay up top. That's going to be the easiest, I think. And that way we could bring them in here and potentially use that space there. Okay, I say we rotate these around a bit. There they are right there. So that's a pain, but I think we can make it work. Unless I want to come down here and this just have that one belt. Okay, well that'll eliminate this belt. Let's do that. Let's go down instead of up. So these will combine to the line below. There's no real easy way to do that because this is all sorted. So what we'll need to do is have this is going to be funky. Mixing stream up with real life. Yeah, I'm cool if we do that. So the plan, I believe, is going to be to put a merger here. And then bring these down and connect to the merger from there. Don't know how to do that in a cool way. So unfortunately, it's probably just going to be something coming off the side here. Coming down through here. So it's going to be weirdly asymmetrical. But that means that then this belt will be the only one and we can eliminate this one. Fun trick when you can't see what you're doing is use glass. So then you can see what you're supposed to do. This needs to be 120. And of course, it's going to be weird and crooked. And actually, this doesn't need to be 120. This just needs to be Mark 1. I wish they would get rid of these big accordion things on the end of the lifts. I feel like that it causes more problems than it's worth. Right, so 2 per minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's 40. That's plenty. That's a Mark 1. And then Mark 1 comes down. And this is going to be Mark 2. Follow that all the way back. Actually, at this point, the smart thing to do would be to split it after we pull enough from it. Because that way, those could just remain where they are. So here, this needs to be a smart splitter. And modular frame, left is overflow, right is none. And then I have to scoot out here. Did that not have stuff on it? Hello? I'm confused. Is anybody else confused as to what's going on? Cam asked today, what would the AFK spot be if the bottom of my farm? I'm sorry, careless. I don't know. There's wikis for that kind of stuff. Or you could ask in my Discord. Yeah, like why? That's messed up. Like it's not working at all. Smart splitter. Modular frame, straight. Right, nothing. Left, overflow. So it's the wall hole that was causing some sort of problem. I wish they would work those bugs out with the hot fixes. That would be nice. Alright, so this is going to connect to this. So I was a little bit off. And what is this from? Overflow currently upstairs. That's a rod overflow? We could just connect them both. And that would be done. I don't know if the height of this might not work, but we're going to give it a go. Oh my gosh, they do that little... I thought they had to be longer. I can't believe that worked. So why is that no longer... producing. I messed something up somewhere. Hello? What is going on? If this has got overflow on it, it should just go. Right? The one thing that I think is the most frustrating thing is when you're working with a game like this that's very technical, and there are things like that that look like they visually hook up, but then just flat out don't work. And that to me is one of the most frustrating things. I guess the wall hole's messing it up, but I don't know why, because like I'm putting the wall hole in after the fact, right? So it's not actually hooked up to the wall hole. And I have no idea whether that belt is full or not. These rods are mostly being used. And I think they're slow just because that factory has been shut down for an hour or two. And it's getting a bit problematic. I need to take a short break before I get caught up in doing more of this stuff. So let me just run through this one time so I know what's going on. This is no longer a thing. So this line, I'm going to leave that there because I may have to hook up to it later. But this is now gone. Okay. So we've got 40 modular frames per minute coming out here. We've got 40 modular frames per minute coming out there. They are combining into 80. They are getting sucked down under the floor. And then they are being sent along to this one hole. But they need to go in both of these directions. So I need to split this, because this should be now 60. And what should be going out there should be 20 going out to the left, which we just hooked up, right? So that's now 20 per minute going into the awesome sink. So that leaves us 30 on this, or 60 on this line that we have to split and connect here. So we're not quite done with this. We just have to make sure that this line right here gets split to connect to that line. That's the only thing we're missing. So I'll do that when I get back. So if you're new to the stream, if you maybe came in with that raid earlier, I take a break once an hour. Normally it's nighttime, so this is going to be kind of a treat. You'll get to see the world, at least from the train track, during the day. It gives me a chance to reheat my coffee, grab a small snack, drink, that kind of thing. You should too. Maybe even tell a friend that we are streaming some Satisfactory. I would very much appreciate you sharing the stream around. Thanks for being here, folks. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. This time I will not get off the train. Red Rum, thank you very much. I think it helps when, like, if someone raids, if I'm on a break. Because I can't speak for other streamers, but I can 100% stream longer if I am, if I take regular breaks. If I don't take regular breaks, I couldn't do like 3 or 4 hours. I much prefer being able to get up once an hour. It keeps me hydrated too, like I make sure I get water and all that stuff. So I've got a funny feeling that what I'm going to be doing here is going to be temporary until I can sort out a better way to do it. But at least the numbers will be working out, and that will be good. So this line needs to have a connection, unless I can do it underneath in the actual machine. I could split it in here, I guess, because we no longer need all these screws, right? I just need one of these for concrete. Do I have space? Not really. Yeah, that's kind of in the way there. Wait a minute, is this a splitter? That's a splitter. So that means all I really need to do is change the orientation of that splitter. Smart Joel is smart. Okay, let's do that. That's a Mark 1. Let's switch to the hover pack. So I said I had 60 coming in, and then we need to split 30 over to there. That means that this can go away. And that removes this. I realized that I set this whole thing up and I didn't use smart splitters, and there's a couple of lines that I totally could have used smart splitters on. That eliminates the need for this entirely. And that stays there. Okay. I tend to get these things working functionally, and then I go through and I tidy up the belts and I kind of move things around. So that's 3, because we've got, those are happening under the ground. That's modular frames. So I'm going to leave those there momentarily because I don't know where the concrete's coming from just yet. And that's the last thing. So the only thing missing is going to be the concrete. And currently, one of these blue lines, or two of these blue lines, is going to be the concrete. DJ Crazy Gamer, I just realized you're from the East Coast. I'm originally from Newfoundland. Oh, very cool. Moved to BC. You're Canadian as well. Missed the East Coast lifestyle, though. Look, I like how chill it is out here. I grew up here. I'm from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. And if you couldn't tell from the accent, which I sometimes catch myself with, it's not always apparent. But yeah, Nova Scotia is where I'm from. And while I enjoy the lifestyle, the cost of living out here does not equate to the incomes out here. And now I'm in a position not to complain too much myself, because my work is international, of course, being a Twitch streamer and podcaster. So it's not that bad for me. But I've got friends that deal with all kinds of stuff. And I find too that the housing costs around here in the East Coast, while I know it's not Vancouver or Toronto, it's not BC, again, it doesn't match the level of income out here. And then Nova Scotia's got the highest taxes in the country, which, let me tell you, sucks. Am I as smart as a smart splitter? That depends. Depends on who's asking. Hi, Cosmic. Okay. We need to find the concrete. But first, I want to make a couple of notes on the old spreadsheet so I don't lose myself here. So we've got... This is happening here. We've got 30 coming off of here, and that's actually joining somewhere else. So that doesn't go into there. That actually goes up here. So what I'm going to do is bump that up. No, wait a minute. I don't like it when I run out of space. Can I just break this up? Yeah, let's move this. Down there. Okay. So I've got this 30 is actually coming up over here. It's always jarring when you add a couple of lines. This is going to an awesome sink. And yeah, the way that this is lined up is a little bit backwards. So this is connecting here. Like that. And the 30 is coming from up here. That's what I've got wrong. Yeah. Don't think I really need to make a note that it's the main bus. So 400 is going to here because we need 830 total. That's not happening. So 800 going to there. This overflow is happening. This is not. And so there's 800 here, but we only need 560. So the 240 is the overflow. And then we've got 30 coming off here. And that is joining to make 270. Yeah, it is as complicated as it looks. I don't know. I don't know how else to do it. Okay, so now we need 400 concrete and 165. So that's a total of 565, right? So here we have to have 565. And we've got 2 belts with 400 and 464. So one 400 belt can just go straight into encased industrial beams. The other belt is going to loop around and go into this. And we don't need this overflow here. This is just going to be the second belt that goes into the main frames. But I do need to double check something, because I'm pretty sure that the way I did this last time, I added 96 limestone to this belt, and I think it's the wrong belt. So we're going to go back and follow that along the way. And I'll explain what I did when we get there. Try being in BC with a Newfoundland accent, and yes, BC is extremely expensive, and the income in the East Coast typically doesn't match the cost of living. Part of the reason I moved. Yeah, no, I get it. If my work wasn't international, I don't know that I would still be in Nova Scotia. I worked in animation in Nova Scotia. I worked in television animation for a few years when I first started my career, but back then the cost of living here was cheap. I guess I could have taken the other belt. So this is the final look for our train station, at least on the surface, and I'm quite happy with that. So train logistics, and right down here we've got this one lonely miner. I'm not sure why he's a Mark II miner. Oh, so I don't have to power shard him, right. So one lonely Mark II miner, and he's making 96 per minute, because otherwise he'd only be doing 60. So that is connecting to this line right here. And I think I've got this going to the wrong bay of 5 refineries that are making concrete. I need this to go to the first bay, and I think I have it going to the second bay. So it's that line right there. Oh, I don't have any power. Oh, come on. The hover pack needs some tweaks. If there's ever a mod that I do install for this game, it'll be things like movement mods or quality of life stuff. I like the way that the game functions in general, but... Okay, this is where we get off, it looks like. Oh, no, that's just a weird smart splitter for no reason. Alright. That goes down there. And this is where it gets off. So this should be 696 limestone. Aha. So I am sending it to the far end. So the solution here is going to be really simple. One of these machines need to be at 144 per minute. what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop it from being this one. And I'm going to make it be one of the other ones. So this is going to go down this way. And I'm going to make it the first machine. Power shard 2. So that means that now I have the proper amount of limestone coming into both of these. Because if we pop back up, this is now 120 times 5, which is 600. And that is exactly what's coming in on this other line. There. That's 600. This is now 696. Because we needed 1296. Right? So there's the 96. There's the 600. So... oh, I don't remember the percentage on that refinery. That's right. We'll go find it out. We're still not 100% through here, but I feel like it's the bauxite that's the problem. 180%. Okay, so now we're looking at concrete, 10 refineries. One is overclocked to 180%, 144. So output is going to be 80 concrete per minute, but it's got to be a total of... let's just move this down here. So we've got 864, but we've got one belt of 464 and the other belt of 400. So now I'm just going to make sure that the belts are labeled correctly. Give myself a little note in game here. So this belt, this is why I've not put the floor back in. So this is the left-hand side. So this is going to be 496. Which means I have to upgrade the belt. And I guess the best way to do that is going to be to label it here. You're going to be upside down? No. Oops, I hate when I do that. I feel like anything in the lower right-hand corner should be a confirm and exit. I feel like that's a basic UI thing. Something else I wish we had control over was the luminosity and signs. I wish that there was like a 0 to 100 scale. Because that just looks white, even though I've made it limestone colored. And this is 400. So again, double check on that. Yep. I just have to upgrade the belt, I think. It looks fine now because these are not working at 100%. So this is going to be 144. So that's... wait a minute. Maybe I've done the math wrong. 80, right. 120 is the input, 80 is the output. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times 80, 320. 320 plus 144. 464. What did I say? 496? 320 plus 144. Yeah, again, I was doing the wrong calculation. I made that mistake a lot where you remember the input number and you use the wrong number, the input number for the output. So 320 plus 144 is 464. So that's 480 belt. That's fine. I just have to change that 464 down here because I wrote it down wrong. Should be a slider. I agree. Yeah, totally should be a slider. Although my complaint about the light slider is that it doesn't do anything. Like once you get above 20%, it's just bright. It's not really a sliding scale. Okay. So that's 464 and that's 400. So the 400 should go directly into our cased industrial beams. And currently, it does not. We've got them backwards. And so I think what I want to do is, rather than putting them here, it would be nice if we had concrete. Well, so here's the input for it. It's got to go in there. And we've got some space here. Do some lawn mowing here. So we even have room to go underneath here. If I ever need to. So this is going to have to go up to the top floor. This is going to have to go up to the encased frames. How much do we need? It's only 165, so we really don't need that much. I just don't particularly like where it is. I feel like we can probably run both of these in through here. Probably a good way to do it. As much as I like the concrete block look. Can we nudge these at all? Probably not much. Oh, okay. Hold on. It's just a little bit of an indent, but still, I like it better than it sticking out. I like a little indent. That's fine. Sure. And that'll keep this nice and clean. Basically, I just don't want to get in the way of a potential belt through here, right? It goes from I can't see you to I'm blind, DJ. You're right. You're totally right. And I know that it's an early access game, but I feel like there's a certain number of things that they might be overlooking. But at the same time, I understand why they maybe didn't put a lot of time into fixing lighting issues if they knew they were updating to Unreal Engine 5, because then why would you update if you knew that you were going to have those issues, right? So, all right, that needs to go there. How are we going to get concrete to the next floor? I tend to like to backtrack. So the beams are coming in here. That's done. What needs to happen now is we need concrete at 165 because that's 20.625. So 165 doesn't really split very well evenly between the two. But we've got space. The problem is getting it up here, so we probably are going to want to use this front space to bring it up. So one of these is going to have to be concrete. So for now, oh, I missed a spot. Let's go with that one, and we'll see what we can do. So we don't need this crazy belt. This was the screws, and this was one of the bigger problems here, is that trying to cram these screws underneath here was a nightmare. Not a nightmare, it was just more challenging than it needed to be. So that can stay there. That can stay there. This can actually get moved. So we can line that up like this. Yes. I'll just build it out of this belt for now, and we'll change it later. I've never thought about this, but I guess with a manifold, it might be better to have like a super fast belt the whole way down. Like as much as what can be the capacity. I realize also that I could have done this with smart splitters. So the next time I do manufacturers, I will definitely be using some more smart splitters. Alright, so what we can do here is actually have this split sideways, because that's going to go, and then we can attach to this line here. Right, so we'll put a splitter here. .165 is a Mark III. Again, I'll fix all that in a second. And then we don't need this. Oh, this still had screws on it. Yikes. We may run into some issues with screws. Alright, so this is going to be concrete, so we can choose that. I guess shouldn't worry too much about the belts because I'm probably going to change that, but I should change these. I think those are all black up top, so I'll leave those. Okay. Noticed some other screws over here. And that's a Mark 1. So these all have to be made into Mark 1s. Rock Giant, hello, welcome in. Red Rum, no idea what's going on, but hoping to absorb some knowledge. So, I'll explain once I get this last bit hooked up. We will be changing the aesthetics of this again. That's this one here. And I guess we'll just change the way that this is pointing. You, sir, need to go away. So it was the left side that had to go into our encased industrial beam. So that's going to be a straight shot across here. And then from here, I guess I'd rather do it where I can see it. But there they have to cross. So this is going to go over there. Oh, wait a minute. Right, I don't want to block this. I didn't bring down my main bus line here. The whole idea here is to surpass blocking a potential line with anything. Right, so left lane goes there. I don't know why I lose the sprint sometimes. It's probably going to be better to come down this way first. And then we'll change that splitter. Splitter, and that goes across like that. Okay. So close. That's 400. That's coming in from there. And that goes into here. And then I just need to split that in half. So 200, which means Mark III there. And Mark III lift here. And then here, nope, wrong way. I guess that could have pointed down straight, couldn't it? Whoops. And then this is going to go down to here. Oh, I don't remember how I did that. I don't think I want to go underneath the floor, so I'll just do that for now. Cosmic Dancer gifted a tier 1 sub to DJ Crazy Gamer. Thank you so much, Cosmic. DJ, if you would like to join the Discord, you can do that by connecting your Discord and your Twitch accounts, and then looking for the Joel Duggan Discord in the Connections tab in Discord. Krabby Wheat, welcome in. Thanks so much for the kind words. Really appreciate it. And this, all right, so here, again, I'm going to keep this straight. So do this, get rid of that. Might as well link it up in the middle. I know it won't reach the whole way. That is encased industrial beams. And this, I think, has to be a little bit different. So what's happening here is going to be a smart splitter situation. And I guess we'll do this on that side. that's no longer needed. And that's no longer needed. And then, oh, that broke that. So Smart Splitter is facing this way. So left is overflow. Straight ahead is concrete. Right is none. Okay. So what that should be doing is splitting off from the 496. We need to split off that 165, I think. I'm going to double check that. This is going through here, going down there, and then going up in at least this temporary column to here. And 165. So that means that this does not need to be a giant belt. We can do this with Mark III. That's Mark III. That's already a Mark III, and it's Mark III. I'll just double check everything inside. This is a Mark IV. We'll make it a Mark III. That's a Mark III. And that is being split in half to 80 and 80, so this can be a Mark II. I mean, it's not 80 to 80, it's like 82.5, but either way. And then we can just run, I'll probably just run this all the way down. I hear things spinning on, that's good. Things are moving. Like to see it, like to see it. And these can be Mark 1s. See, it used to be higher volume. It used to be a lot of screws. And if you're wondering why I'm not default painting these, it's because when you do right now the bug in the game is if you use the custom swatch, if you use this as your default build, it just comes out black. It doesn't work. At least not for me. Mark 1, Mark 1, Mark 1, Mark 1. I think we're good. And then I just have to double check the top here. Which ones are they? Third? 1, 2, 3. hopefully these will start working. Looks like they're working. I gotta double check the speeds of everything else too. So this, nothing here needs anything more than a Mark 1. Good. And I think we're good on this side too. That should be those sorted. 91 is a good starting point. 94, 88, 45. So this will take a while to kind of spill down. The other thing is that we may not be producing exactly enough concrete because our aluminum factory is bringing in the concrete. I don't know why that's stuck. So the ones that are not at 100% or up there, I think the main thing is lacking concrete. Everything else is full. Yeah, so it's the concrete filling up. That's the issue. And that'll just take some time. Yeah, welcome to the community, DJ. It's a pretty solid group, I think, on Discord. So we can remove these. So this is not the final look, but at least we'll leave that there. At least we've got it functioning. And that means that we're done with this. Excellent. So the only thing that we've got the overflow going for the concrete, yes? So that shouldn't be slow. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, it should, because that's backing up. Right. Right. So this should have also been run into an overflow line. I think that's, yeah. So I'll do the same thing. I forgot about that. It's the one thing that's an issue with this game about connecting one factory to the next factory as opposed to everything going on a main bus. And this is all 4. And so then this is, center is concrete, left is overflow, right is none, and then I just have to hook up a little tiny belt. Oh, is it not going to let me? That's frustrating. Dumb. All right. to do it this way then. Right will be overflow. Center will be concrete. And I can't do that because that's not a merger. This will be, though. Nope. Always something. Yeah, I really wish that they would remove these little black bits. If it was just this part, I think it would look nicer and it would be faster too. Is that working? Yeah. That needs to be faster though. Left is overflow, center's concrete. I don't know why that's still stuttering. It shouldn't be. Break time reminder says, Sandy, thank you. Are we getting close to nighttime? I can't tell. Probably not. No, that's okay. I'll take it. I'll take it anyway. So this is backing up just because this is already backed up. So it's basically waiting for the top machine. Oh, we don't have any overflow on this either. We're producing 5 more per minute than we need to. Yeah, this needs 75 and we are making 80. And I don't have this overflow being sent out anywhere, so that needs to be done. We'll autosave. In other news, expect something in the post either this weekend or early next. It is not the pink thing mentioned above. A beautiful pink wreath candle holder. Well, thank you ever so much, Cosmic. That sounds lovely. What did you do? I'm being cheeky about it. I don't really want to know, obviously. Okay. So the only other thing I could think of would be to reduce the amount. So these are yellow because they're jammed. So one thing we could do is temporarily underclock some of these machines. So we are currently making 80 and we need to make 75. So really, if I underclocked, or I could just turn one off. Turn one off and then underclock this one. Or I guess maybe this does 4. I need it to be doing 2.5 less. So 1.5. And I will put a sign. I almost did it again. Okay, so that's temporary underclocked. So that should be, what do they normally do in 4? 4 per minute times 18. 72. I did that wrong. No, they're doing 1.5. And then that's 3. And then plus 3 is 75. Okay. Cool. Get that break before I get carried away. So that over time should help that belt even out. So once again, folks, if you happen to be new to the stream, I take a break once an hour. SweetSandi and Cosmic keep me on track. Thank you ever so much. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes, and we will continue on. Be right back. So I guess we have to think about what's happening with aluminum now, because I'm pretty sure that checks off what I wanted to do today. I mean, I can still stream, but I think that was the major project that I wanted to get done, was getting ourselves off of screws for the heavy modular frames. Should be good. It's just that one overflow thing that I gotta do. Get those encased industrial beams out to the main line. And I think the more that I think about it, I think having a central line here that's going to be for storage is going to be important. So I need to export. I mean, right now we've temporarily underclocked them, so that should be fine. But eventually I'm going to want the encased industrial beams to come out and connect to that line right there. So you can see why I might want to have to start sending this stuff under the ground. I mean, we could bring them out here. Right? And then bring them down. And see, unfortunately though, we run into this problem. Not sure why that's even up this high. I guess I maybe haven't gone this far in my slight remodel. Yeah. What's here? Okay. So it's just a temporary little block there. Well, that's better. Right, so that means we could either bring it from the top or from down here. I guess this is what gives a build character, right? I guess we'll do something like this. And I think, yeah, I'll have that go this way. So now we've got these being made and potentially stored. Keep on forgetting that that doesn't work on belts. I really hope they fix that stuff. I hope it's not something we have to wait for another patch, because it really does slow down your building. And that's 2 meters. Let's get rid of that. Right, and then we needed to have... that's so tidy. And unfortunately that's not going to be what we can keep. I guess we could bring them around. Maybe I could cut them off from... No, if I cut them off from in here, that's a problem. Alright, we don't need it right now. But eventually... Oh, and then there's that to consider too. Where does that go? Right. Okay. It's always tough to like filter in situations. Maybe we can add a smart splitter here and pull things off. And that way it would stay underneath the ground. We would just have to go around that, which will be a pain. But it's all underground. Alright, let's try that. That's not going to work because it's on the belt and not on the ground. So dumb. At least I think it's not going to work. Oops. Yep, that's not hooked up. While I've been here for most of the stream, I was lurking. Did you fix the issue with the bauxite? I haven't even looked. I've been letting it run this entire time to see if it kind of gets itself to a point where I can better assess the problem. So I haven't actually done it yet. So it goes onto the belt, but then it won't attach to that. That's frustrating. I really hope that they fix that before the next update. And I guess we'll just have to zigzag this. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's not far enough. And then that should be a pretty straight shot. Oh my gosh. Just short. So we are getting a little bit of overflow. And that's going to come over there. So I can change this to... Well, I might as well leave them fast. That'll help. Now this is blocked up. Oh, because I removed the thing. Whoops. Splitter and lift connections are bugged badly. I'm always twiddling with inserting tiny belt to get them connected. Yeah, 100%. What the issue for me is that if you put a splitter on a belt or a merger on a belt, then the lifts don't connect. But if you place it kind of like this in the world and stack them, then it works. It's less convenient. But there are a lot of connections. I'm also finding wall holes are messing things up a lot too, which I'm not a fan of. It's really just making a lot of potential error for things, and not a fan. So we can actually take these back up to 100% now. At least now I know what to do if I want to change that. So we need 75, but we're making 80. So now we'll have this little march of stuff happening. It won't be this much. Eventually things will even out. But then this should come up here. And right now they're just going to get trashed. But eventually this red line is going to be where I pull my main storage from. So I'm going to actually paint that right now while I think about it. Currently being synced, but will not be in future. Alright, so that takes care of the overflow for the encased industrial beams. The overflow for the concrete is already hooked up. That's over here. And so what we're probably going to end up with actually is not enough concrete. See, we're not overflowing anymore. So that's good. And then... yeah. And then the other thing was... did I hook up the modular frames? Yes, I did. So they're hooked up to the wrong belt right now. Because the middle belt... well, we can just hook them up to the middle belt. That's fine. Yeah. Let's do that. And this is what I mean. You have to do this. I would love to just throw it in here, but then it doesn't work out the way that I want. And that goes straight out to there, so we'll remove that. And... oh, nope. Put this in. Be a little wonky. But at least I can keep it tight. And I might be able to either straighten that out. I can just move that over here. That's fine. Foundations. Shows up a little bit there. Perfect. That's now hooked up. And that's going up to there. So the nice thing about this is that some of these lines, some of my overflow lines were oversaturated, but now that we've got so much more of my chain connected in terms of my production, our overflow line is a lot simpler. And again, this is going to be, because it's accessible from both. Does this not work? Oh, I'm already on there. Never mind. My bad. Bill's being dumb. Because this is accessible from both sides, then I think that should be a good, this is a good sushi line. It's a good sushi line. Actually, I guess this should be gray, shouldn't it? Expect it came with the Unreal upgrade. Hopefully they do some solid reworking of connections in the next round of patches. Yeah, I'm hoping there's going to be more patches to the early access, because we're on the new patch that came out on the weekend, and then they eventually moved it over to early access on the 28th, I think. So this is 269.772. I'm hoping that they don't put out a lot of changes in experimental. I would rather not move this saved experimental. I've kept it on early access the entire time that I've been playing, so hopefully I can keep it that way. All right, so now we have the overflow for, we're making 80 and we're using 60. Steel pipes we've hooked up, I think. I'll double check that. So it's just, yeah, just the overflow for the steel pipes is the only thing I'm going to double check now. It's the only thing. So we're using, these three are going to heavy modular frames. There's one. There's two. What are you? You're coal going in, okay. And you're three coming out to there. So that's those three belts in the bottom. This has got rods. I wanted to check the rods. And then the last belt is this top one here. And that is from that floor. And that is just going straight into awesome sinks, I think. Nope, that's being pulled from. So it's this one? No, it's this one. So it's floor 1B. Oh, they're both in the same line. That's what's going on. Which can't work because that's 400. Yeah, okay. Pause the game. Welcome in. Coming in from Pixarus Streams and thought I'd say hi. Very cool. Yeah, I do the Spawn Chunks podcast with Pixarus, of course. All right, so we've got two of those in the same line, so that won't work. We need to choose probably this line right here. Can't do that either. Why am I missing? Oh, okay. So I might, maybe what I'll do is I'll move the rods The rods are being produced for, I want to say, modular frames. Yep. Okay. Let's just double check rod production here. Modular frames. We've got 40. This is actually gonna need some space. That's 80. We could move this back actually. That goes back there. And this whole thing could just pop back. So we're making 480 rods. Floor 2. Really wish you kept your momentum with the hover pack. Floor 2. 32 constructors, 480 rods. And that is being fed by floor 2 iron. And then we've got all this overflow stuff coming off of it. Right, I remember that now. Because we don't need 600, we only need 480. So this is currently making our plates and screws that we use to build stuff, just temporarily. So 32, 480. Iron rods 360. That's the old number. What's the other one? 312, 2. 312, 2. But it's 3 times 40 is 120. Oh, I'm not going to have the extra iron plates. Oh, yes, I am. And 12 times 40 should be 360, right? No. 480. So wait a minute. Why did this exist in the first place? Did it exist over here? Oh, it didn't. Okay. Right, so that doesn't happen. Because we're making the modular frames, so that rod belt can't really take any more on it. We'll have to keep it as it is, because we need all of them. So really, we shouldn't be seeing rods beyond the overflow point, so that's strange. This is just going straight out. And I think all I'm going to do is I'm going to move that into, I think, this position here. Oh no, wait, that's taken up. So rods. Oh, because I've got the wrong belt there. So it was not a spreadsheet mistake, it was a Joel in world mistake. It's just that this is going to be backed up, I guess. Gonna make sure that's Mark 4, that's Mark 4, that's Mark 4. That's a Mark 2, that's a Mark 2. That's not right. So 40 assemblers, that means that each floor needs 240. So these should be Mark 3s. Oh. Nope. I've done something funky here. Oh, I see what I did. I pulled it off in 2 different locations. So that was actually right the first time. My bad. I must have made the Mark 4s just because they look better. Yeah, the lifts are Mark 3. Yeah, so there should be nothing coming off that. That's good. Right. And then, so that's already half. That should be 240. So then this was 120. I was right. Past Joel was right. This just looks like it's stuttering because it's a fancy belt and it shouldn't. No, that should be going faster. I guess it's pulling 270. And that's why it's stuttering, because it only needs 240. But I thought that it would only pull what it needed. What's a sushi belt? Oh, sushi belt. It's like when you're at a sushi restaurant and there's a belt of food and you just kind of pick what you want. So with this, a sushi belt is in Satisfactory, and that's just something I've picked up online from people that talk about it. It's a belt that has multiple items on it that you can then pull from. So here, for example, we are having these little bits of overflow from our factory, and what's going to happen is I'm going to pull these eventually into my sorting system and fill up my bins with stuff, just like 1 or 2 at a time. And then of course it just overflow. Sushi belt and Factorio. Yeah, it's a cardinal sin unless you're using it for storage. Well, it's stuttering, but it's not overflowing past that point. So that's good. And then I can't... That's the first split. So what I wanted to do was move the rods so I could use that for beams. But beams are currently going to be sent across here, so I really shouldn't worry too much about that. And I'm probably going to move these off of that belt as well. Unfortunately, we've got a weird rock back here that I have to work around. Okay. So the steel is flowing. I just don't think it's going to be flowing at 100%. Because we can't sync all of these. It's weird that these are flowing okay. Well, I guess they're not. These are probably backed up, right? Yeah. And these are not short on material. Oh, you are. Why are you short? Because you're not hooked up? No, you're hooked up over here. This should be getting plenty. Is it just that you haven't filled in? Maybe it's that long of a line? There's no overflow. So everything's coming in. I guess it's been this entire stream and it still hasn't filled up. Yeah, it's just these last ones. I've never really achieved a full bank of machines that just sticks at 100%. There always seems to be something. I'm not sure what I'm missing about the game. But, okay. So that takes care of all that. So I guess we will check the bauxite now, just out of curiosity. My guess is that these machines are not going to be running at 100%. $82, 80, 80, 78. Well, they're all the same, so that means we're probably balancing things. 78 to 80. So the fact that they're all even is probably good, but the fact that they're not 100% makes no sense because we have more than enough bauxite coming in. The way that we've set it up. But sure enough, we end up with empty belts because of the train throughput. So we've got 2 empty belts there right now. I find some hypertubes are faster than others. It's weird. What are these magical numbers saying? 473, 325, 316, and 473. That makes no sense. So 473, 316, 789, 325, and 473. 325, 75, 75, and 473. So 1637. That's less than the 1950 that we have. 325. So even less. 325. So it's only 1587, but we've got 1950 belted up and coming into the train. So I must have calculated something wrong. No footsteps on this either. It's weird. I must have calculated something wrong with the throughput. So I guess we'll go up and check. Because what's happening is like this is running out, right? Before the train gets back. And our machines downstairs are running out. I mean, one problem is that I need to not do 4 belts. I need to do 3. That's the main thing. And I have to balance the belts out here. Right? So eventually, that's full. How is that full? So that's full. This is full. And this is full. So that's, well, no, that's not full. Where is old Mixmaster? Okay, we'll hitch a ride. Try turning them off until they completely fill with materials. When using a manifold seems to help as long as there's enough input. Well, that's the thing. I don't think there's enough input because we're getting inconsistent numbers. These numbers were higher the last time I checked them. They were in the 500s, and they were all the same, with the exception of the last one. So my load balancer up at the bauxite site is not working. So we're gonna do a couple things. We'll time the road. Right, because what's happening is that downstairs we end up with an empty belt at some point. You can see them from up here. There's the 4 bauxite belts. So it's 1950 is the total being mined. And divided by 3, we can fit that on 3 780 belts. No problem. I've got 150 extra. I need 1800 for the refinement. That's all I need is 1800. And I've got 3 bays of 3, each needing 600. So if I keep the lines in lines of 3, then we should be fine. But you can see like right there, there's an empty line. And then the top line is also going to run out. But the top line should be fed the most. Like the top line is the first car, and it's the one that has like 750 per minute going into it. So why it's running out before others are, I've got no clue. Absolutely no clue. So line 4 is out. There's the train. The fact that they're at 80% means that this doesn't run out for nearly as long as it used to. Alright, we're going to ride the train. And I'm going to time the trip again. Or at least half of it. I don't know whether I need 5 cars. Maybe that's the problem. But if the cars aren't full, then that's an issue too. I wish that this would actually work correctly as well. The paths don't work the way that they should. No, it's not completely empty. And it should be. That's the problem. But that's the thing. If my train is full, how am I getting less than what the train can hold? And obviously a lot of trees have grown up since the update 8 situation. Maybe the thing to do is just to pull the trigger on a better train line, because I talked about this last time, about making a more direct route. Because one, coming up here is a real pain. But having a direct line going right out that way would be a lot easier. I would just follow the river, probably. Right, so I'll stop it right there. I want to check these bins. So these are all full. So I should be bringing full carts back with me. And then that's full. That's full. Yeah, this makes no sense. Like, if all of this is full, why are we getting less? Like, we should be getting more, which is weird. Like, that shouldn't be a thing either. Front, I've heard you want some more left on your train when it leaves. That means you have a small amount more supply at your destination than what you absolutely need. Well, this is the load in portion. We were at the load out portion, right? The fact that this is all frozen, and the fact that I'm not getting, like, it's 3,200 on each train times 4 is 1,280. Like, that's nuts. That's way more than I need. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's 3,200. But I'm not getting all of that, right? So if I remove this and clear this, I think it's break time again. I think I'm just gonna push through and wrap things up. I think, Cosmic. Thank you. There's still stuff in the train, so you're not unloading fast enough. But I am unloading fast enough. That's the thing. And I've double checked all the belt speeds, everything. So I really have got no clue. So the way that I've got this set up is it's sort of like a load balancer. This is a 750 line. So it loads into both this container and this container by coming down here. And then this 600 line goes into here and there with overflow. And then this line combines and goes into this container and then that container with overflow. So like, yes, this last container should be not quite full, but it's going to be like 80%. Because the math on it is that I need Western Slopes, Red Forest. Right, so 750, 600, 600, right? That's your 1950. But if you do, it should be a 6.33 minutes. And so that's 12,000 coming in, right? What did I say? 4 times 3,200. Right, so 12,800 is 4 full cars. So we're coming in at like 3.86 cars. So I only need 4 freight cars. Because I can't just do 3 because then we'll end up not bringing in enough. Right? Because 3 times 3,200 is 9,600. Right? That's the full capacity. That's 9,600. Of 3 cars. And that's not enough for that. Yeah, the unloading is the issue. I think so too. I'm going to let this do its thing. So the timing on this will be a little bit off because I'm going to pause it again after we leave. So I'm stopping it. I stopped that stopwatch. And just want to make sure they're all full. So this is way more than we need. So I think it's the overflow problem down at the base. I think that's the issue. Oh, autosave. Deep thoughts, right? Oh, I've got the spreadsheet open. Sorry, my bad. All I did was let this load and pause it again. It's my fault. Sorry, I was looking at my stopwatch. So these are all full. Confirmed. These are now filling up rapidly. Eventually, this should pan out and only be bringing down what we need. Because, like, you can't make more than what's coming out of the ground. Like, 1950 per minute out of the ground is what we should be getting through to Devastator, right? So we'll turn this back on again. So I started the timer immediately after the train honk at Devastator. So if there's anything on the train when you go pick up, it means the target station was not empty enough. But here's the thing, if the target station was not empty enough, why are my machines not producing at 100%? Right? My bauxite belts run out. Which should not happen if they're all full. I think it's got something to do with the fact that I need 3 belts and I'm running 4. So I'm going to do a load balancer back at the train station. I think that's the solution. That hog picked an unfortunate time to stand on the trail. The train needs to get back before the station is empty. The 4th belt might be your problem. Yeah. So I think what I need to do is reduce the belts. See, this is another thing. There's no trains in that roundabout, and yet it still takes a really long time to calculate. That's why I haven't finished the decoration on this, is because like it's not functioning the way that I think it should. And it slows down here for like no good reason either. So we're at 5 minutes and 50 seconds. I mean, that's about right. I don't think my timing is all that off. If I can change the route to be something where I only need 3 cars, then that would simplify things incredibly. So I'll let that go. I'll wait for the animation. I can't check that. But like right now, all but 2 of our belts are empty. So we're a little bit past, we're into the longer minute now. This might actually be, I may have the timing wrong on the actual throughput, because we're almost at 7 minutes. So it's empty. So that was 6 minutes and 49 seconds. So if I run downstairs and just check to see which ones were empty. It's going to be the front. See, weirdly, this should be just jammed full, right? But it's not. This is almost full. This is almost full. And then this is going to be empty as well, right? So I don't know why when I'm loading this one the most at the station in the forest, why this is emptying the most. So first things first, I think we have to double check the overflow, and then what needs to happen, I think, is I'm going to take this belt, split it 3 ways, and then attach it to 1, 2, and 3, and reduce the bauxite on the belt on the main bus down to 3 belts. And then that way, all I have to do is just run each belt into 1 bay, and we're good. So the only thing happening here is just belts. There's no balancing. All the balancing is happening down here. So I'll have to run some numbers on the spreadsheet after stream again. Right. So here it says only, I don't know why this is here. So it's only out to the left. And this is the bottom belt. This is the one that's supposed to be the slowest. Right? So what should be happening is overflow. That's a merger. So I don't have any overflow happening up here at all. I've removed it because we were having problems with it. But I think what I've done down below is I've got overflow happening at the machines, and that's probably a mistake. Check to make sure all of your out belts are connected. Yes, there's a buffer at the station. See, this is spotty, which shouldn't be the case. So when you say out belts connected, where? Yeah, load balancer back at the station. That's what I think too. So I have a load balancer down here. So this is the fourth belt. Belts 1, 2, and 3 are lines 1, 2, and 3. And then this splits evenly between the three of them, but it doesn't work. It is a manifold system. And I've got overflow happening at the ends here. Right? But they're still not doing... Like, why is it at 50%? That makes no sense. 100 bauxite, 50 water, and yet it's at 52%. Because it ends up not working for a couple of minutes when the train's empty. Right? So I think I need to eliminate this and do this back at the train station. That last block before the pass signal needs to be quite large for you to go through at full speed. Okay, I'll check that out. Thank you. Check to make sure all of your belts are connected. Out belts. Pretty sure. I mean, this is the problem with the way that the game is right now, is that it can be really buggy, and that's a real pain when, like, you've hooked things up and you know that they work, but then all of a sudden they just stop working. But like all of this, they are all fives. This is now empty, right? We're getting different numbers than we did before. Like, they're all connected. It's just that those are empty. So they're not even. But that's probably because I was messing with them back at the top. So if they're not even, it doesn't matter that I do a load balance, right? Because it's this one is the one that's running out, but then so is the lead. And so if this is the one that I'm going to load balance, it doesn't matter because because it's running out. Connected or connected. I see what you mean, yeah. Any advice for new Satisfactory players? Figure out how much space you need and then triple it. Figure out how much space you need and then triple it. I think that's the train happening right now. Yeah. Let's do something cheeky. That's empty. Empty. Was this one empty? Yes. There's all the belts. And so they're weirdly, a couple of them are chugging. So the best way to do this, to load balance this, would be to just take one of these cars, right, and divide it into 3. Yeah, the middle 2 are slow, but they shouldn't be. That's the issue. I mean, one thing I could solve that could solve this is I could just remove all overflow from the line and have them just like dead right into the refineries, and then just see what happens. Maybe that's a better test right now. Check out whether all the lifts are getting bauxite through them. Good call. Bauxite, 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 bauxite. Correct, 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 and correct. Yep. So if all the under ones are coming in, well, they're Mark 4 for starters. Let's switch that. There's a couple mistakes here. That's Mark 5. That's Mark 5. Because I want the station to be empty. Like you want the actual, this thing. You want that to be zeroed, right? This can have all kinds of stuff in it, because that's fine. That's what you want it to be. Why are the middle 2 bottlenecked? I think it's because of the way that I've got that load balancer down at the output. These are all Mark 5. And I've checked the main hub like a number of times. I did all this last time. Yeah, it's the middle 2. It's all Mark 5. Five. It's got something to do with the way that they back up and then overflow into a sink, I think. Sorry about the flashing. I don't quite have power through all of the main bus for my flying. That's all right. Yep, so I think it's got something to do with from this point on. So like I've removed the overflow. I used to have this overflow straight when it got backed up, but now I just have them all going in there. So I think the thing to do is going to be removing any overflow we have here. And just letting them back up and see if there's still an issue. See, it shouldn't be overflowing. If they're not getting enough stuff, this shouldn't be chewing through things, but it is, right? And that's what's weird to me. It's like, if this isn't getting enough stuff, then why? Yeah, I really don't understand. See, now that's run out again. I think the issue is that they need 600, but I'm bringing in 780. I really wish we had better belt control. In terms of the speeds. Check at the top ones near the station where they go down. Since the bottom had a few Mark IV. Yeah, there could be a Mark IV up there too, you're right. So the solution is being pumped across here and sent upstairs. But these are only going to be as fast as what is being sent to them, right? Needs 240. But it's not getting that, right? This doesn't seem like it's blocked, right? So these don't really stutter. They stop when the bauxite runs out. If you weren't syncing it before the inputs, your belts would flood. Would it be better to sync the output if it overflowed? I think the scrap ones are getting enough coal. Looks like it. Maybe not. I'll double check the coal line. This is getting a lot, so there may be a little discrepancy with the coal line. Double check. That looked like it stuttered there. The thing that I find really hard to track is that the aluminum scrap is such a fast production cycle. Uptime percent looks better now. Yeah, the lines haven't emptied. We're at 87. The weird thing is, like, if you've got overflow, though, I thought the idea was that overflow would not take over unless the machines were slow, right? Or were full. See, now we're stopped. So it is a coal problem. Okay. Well, I'll check that. It's always a giant chain. Because the coal is coming in with a train too. Oh, I'm in the hole. Sorry. So, if we're short on coal in there, why are we overflowing coal out here? Like, that should not be a thing, right? What kind of coal numbers do I need? Those were different mark belts. I probably just missed something. 120 coal per minute times 3. That's 1, 2, 3. That's 360 per each. That's Mark 5. Yeah. I think what I'll do is I'll run the coal again and make sure that I've not got any glitches there. But I've got to run, unfortunately, because it's 6 o'clock for me here, so I got to go. So if there's anybody streaming Satisfactory, I can send you along to. I know that we've got some new people in chat. Happy to hear some recommendations. Preferably someone friendly. Barring that, I'll send you on to my usual haunts. I could also send you somebody playing Minecraft too. I'm not seeing anybody on my list playing Satisfactory. I've got Tadpole Milk playing Minecraft. Yeah, so Tadpole Milk for Minecraft, but if somebody has a Satisfactory streamer that they want to recommend, I'd be happy to send you along. I appreciate all the help, folks. I'm going to check the coal. That'll be the first thing. Because we're back down to 81. The belts don't seem to be emptying, though. I agree it would be better to have this load balancer back under the train station. It would also remove a belt from my bus, which would be a good thing at this point. Yeah, so I think the problem is that I also have the coal coming in from a train, and the train throughput might not be exactly what it should be. So I'll double check everything. But at least I've got a thread to pull, you know? Either way, having one of these lines being free, probably this top one, will be nice, because then I can run something else along there. Or actually, maybe I'll do the bottom one. But yeah, like our bottom one is dried up there. So it would be nice to get that bottom one back, because we could use that for copper. We could use it for something else. I've also got to bring in like plastic and rubber and all that kind of stuff. So, did I miss one? Yes, thank you to DJ Redrum and Fiver8 Durara. I hope I'm saying that right. Hopefully I read what after stream. All right. Well, I'll send you along to Tadpole. He's a pretty fun dude. I think you'll enjoy the rest of your time. I will be back again streaming tomorrow. That's 1 o'clock Atlantic, UTC minus 4 hours. I'll be back in Minecraft. We'll be working on the West Hill build, and you know what? I'm not sure what's next, because we finished the marsh yesterday, so we'll be back to doing something new in West Hill. Should be fun. I'm really looking forward to changing the decor around here and getting things looking a lot more transformery. But we'll be back. Satisfactory won't happen until next week. I'll be spending the weekend in Minecraft. But by all means, come back if you've enjoyed your time here. Make sure you connect your Discord and your Twitch if you got a gift sub today. And be sure to check out Patreon, which is where I get most of my support. So you can do that at patreon.com/JoelDuggan. Very easy to find. You can also listen to free podcasts like the Spawn Chunks about Minecraft and the Citadel Cafe about sci-fi and fantasy entertainment. I co-host and produce them both. I think you will enjoy them. And hey, they're free, so why not? Check them out. And I'll be back again tomorrow. Thanks ever so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening with Tadpole Milk. And see you then. Bye for now.